There we go. The microphone wasn't being picked up. That's weird. But yeah, the Mario 64 music is kind of a slap. You know, it hits. French, like, chef's kiss, not French kiss. Fuck. Chef's kiss. Mwah. Not French. That's too lewd. I like Nintendo's music. I don't like Nintendo that much. Yes, hello everyone. Welcome into episode 86 of the channel, season 2, 86. And today's a bit different. Oh, I've got this little guy up. I can get rid of him for now. Give me a minute. Where is he? Ah! Hi. Okay, let me just do a bit of shrinkage. And enable transparency. There we go. The webcam does struggle to pick me up sometimes, but we're gonna try it. Yeah, hope you're all doing well. Hope you're all having a good time. So, first things first, I've not touched a single one of these games that I've got sponsored to me. I've left them specifically for stream. I say that and I've completely lost where the fuck that... Did I? I installed them, I know I did. I did not install them, apparently. That's crazy. Okay, well, I guess we're installing it. Like I said, I've not touched these in the slightest. So, first impressions fully. Which, to be fair, if I'm installing it, you can tell I've not touched it before. We're leaving a great first impression for the sponsors. Thank you for giving ENVTuber a shout out. They do deserve the love. So, from what I've gathered about Crime O'Clock, it's a point and click detective game. Right up my alley. It's an investigation game through time, with a deep storyline, where we investigate cases through time and evolving maps by unveiling multiple eras linked story. Crime waits for no man is the catchphrase. Ah. Oh, that's Steam's new notification for games done. Interesting. So yeah. Just booting the game up now. And while that does that, I click that. Ah! Very flashy intro. Reminds me of Persona, I like it. Okay. Interact to begin. Investigation software. Okay, let me just volume. So I'm not fighting the game. Investigation software version 1.156.0451 freemium. Installation complete. Hello detective, I'm EVE, your new AI crime solving partner. I'm able to see past and future events by accessing the time flow or a virtual recreation of the true timeline. You get to focus on the not so simple mathematics of the crimes. Yay, less maths. You'll find the clues, chase the leads, all that dramatic detective stuff. Yes! The thrill of the hunt. I love it. You see, there are people with the ability to alter the time flow with motives that are, let's say, questionable. When that happens, we might detect a crime that was never supposed to happen. Our task is to find those anomalies and restore the correct course of history. makes sense. Well, between you and me, I know you're new to this. I am too, so we're in the same boat. Let's be sure we both do a good job. 2015 CE. In order for you to learn the basics, we'll begin with a simulation. Press play when you're ready. Okay. Play. The apartment in pink. Let's review the fundamentals so we can prepare you for your final test. I haven't even done my first test. It's time for you to show me your skills of deduction, detective. Is my username detective? Yes, it is. Okay. Thank you for the lurk, Eve. You have a good one. I've recreated a short criminal case inspired by a true story archived in my database. Don't worry though, I'll follow you step by step. Here's our case. A mysterious thief broke into a fashion model's loft and stole one of her famous jewels. There's a catch though. According to the true timeline, the crime hasn't happened. So our task is to preserve the integrity of the time flow. To do that, we have to learn exactly what happened and find the right order of events. We can't interfere with the past, so we have to be sure our actions won't create further paradoxes. That makes sense. The first step in any investigation is to find the crime scene, zoom in to get a closer look at the map and observe the details. Reminds me of like the Where's Wally books. Oh. The best way to find a clue is to zoom in. You have to select an element and let the system verify it. If it's a clue, it'll be highlighted. To select an element, press and hold until the system answers. Right now though, we need to find our victim, the fashion model. Can we find her? Well, I mean, you've kind of highlighted her, but I want to look around the map a bit. Fuck it. Shaky. Well, you look interesting. God, I want a pizza now. Monkey see, monkey do. Sees pizza, wants pizza. Neuron activation or whatever. It's a big ass phone. Goodness gracious. Oh, hello. Coming out of his portal and everything. Alright. Victim. Great job, detective. Here's our model. As you can see, she's reporting the theft to a police officer. If we look closely, we can usually find more clues. She's pointing somewhere, probably toward her apartment. Let's see if we can find it. Remember to observe things carefully. We can guess directions and trajectories by assembling the details. Try to follow an imaginary line from the model's arm. It will lead you to her apartment. Here's one last thing, detective. Only for this case to help you focus on the area right now. I'm highlighting the zone where the case takes place. I mean, yeah, you've also like highlighted it like 1, 2, 3 times. Is it here? Ah, damn. Wait, what? Yeah, okay. You know what? I'm a cocky idiot. I'll admit that. Burgled. There it is. Everything has been turned upside down, the door is broken, unfortunately the thief is gone. It'll be almost impossible to locate a thief without knowing anything It'll be impossible to locate a thief we know nothing about, especially amid a crowd. Thankfully, my mainframe lets us examine the case from different points in time. Those points are called ticks, and they're frozen, fixed moments in time. It isn't ideal, but a collection of ticks is our only way to experience the past. Let's go back one tick and look for more information. Done. Now we've gone back in time. As you can see, the whole map has changed. Moving back and forth in time, it's possible to observe movements and actions of the city's inhabitants. For example, the model's apartment is still intact. The thief hasn't entered yet. Let's take a look. The thief is bound to be nearby. Well, I mean, he looks pretty sneaky and he's got a crowbar. And that guy at the portal hasn't showed up yet either. And that guy who was running's not there. And no, that's not him. I never understood this. Like, how do you have a system with dog people and cat people, and then you've got a pet dog? Good find. Well, maybe I was a bit too didactic in creating the simulation, but you have to admit our suspect has everything. Dark jumpsuit, balaclava, a crowbar. He definitely isn't a heating technician. Hello, Aiko. Welcome in. Good to see you. Let's move forward in time and see if he's really a thief. Remember, we have to be 110% sure of our theories before we take any action to restore the timeline. So we go forward one tick. Spider-Man monkey. This tick was recorded right after the jewel was stolen. See if our not a heating technician is close by. Pay attention though, sometimes characters change their clothes or their appearance between ticks, especially if they're about to do something suspicious. Found him. He's leaving the crime scene and he's taken off his balaclava. Clever. Keep following our definitely not a heating technician. Can you call him suspect? You can interact with me at any time. If there's a light bulb icon, I have a hint for you. I don't want a hint though. Okay. The suspect is running down the avenue next to the canal. Yeah, I knew that. Well, he's right there. Where is he going? Probably away from the crime scene. He's walking towards the watercourse, but for what for? Probably an escape. Detective, we need to continue our hunt for our suspect. Often the solution to an investigation involves chases and surveillance duties. Here's our thief. Have you seen him? He's holding the loot, the stolen jewel, and he's given it to a giant rat. Maybe this detail was a bit different in the original story, but it doesn't matter. AI has the right to some creative freedom after all. I wish it didn't. Now that we caught him red-handed, we can be sure that he's our culprit. Send a report back in time to the local police and have him arrested. To them, it'll just appear like a message on one of their terminals. They won't have a clue about our involvement, but we couldn't prevent the crime, but we restored the correct course of history. Just remember this: we aren't basic police officers. Our job is not to prevent crimes and save the innocent. Our task is to protect the true timeline. Great job, detective. Now you're for the final test. That was really impressive for a first try. I, or should I say, they were right for choosing you for this job. However, there's still something to be done before you can become a fully fledged detective. The Kobayashi test, your final test. Press play to begin your final test. Okay. The enigmatic lime drink. Detective, this is your final test. Prove your skills and you'll be a full-fledged defender of the true timeline. You'll face the reconstruction of a real case recorded in my database. A crime that should never have happened. I was prevented by other operatives in the past. I'm sure you'll manage to demonstrate your deductive skills by solving it. A gruesome crime has been committed in the cloister of this city's ancient university. We have a lifeless victim. Find him. We'll stay on your mark. Well, that was quick. What's he hiding from? What the hell? There he is. According to my archive, he is Daniel Marone. He's an archaeology professor and author of international bestsellers. His books, in less than a century, will be the foundation of a cultural revolution. Someone did die here, yes. We can't let him leave the realm of the living like this, not just for the sake of the libraries, but to preserve the true timeline. What's that? Detective, check this out. A Jack-in-the-Box came out of that book. They were still legal in those barbaric times. The puppets, I mean. Preposterous. Jack-in-the-Boxes are illegal? There's more though. A lime-scented drink has been spilled out onto the ground. What exactly happened here? Was the drink poisoned? Was it a severe case of puppet-induced phobia? We have to find out, but how? Well, as your AI assistant, I'm equipped with cutting-edge subroutines and analytic tools, which most of them can be used for free with your current subscription plan. So we're going to go back in time. Oh, okay. Okay. Universal biochemical analysis subroutine is loaded correctly. Welcome to my world. Now you're looking at reality through my systems. This is how I perceive everything, even emotions, and as you can see, no puppets. What a relief. I'm already concerned. I've activated a universal analysis tool. With it we can extract biochemical and biometrical data from any crime scene, both from animate and inanimate objects. For instance, in this case, we can use it to determine if the death occurred due to poisoning. Try your luck with the UBA. No. No poison presented in the lobby. I knew it. It's the puppet's fault. You can never trust those scoundrels. But how did that puppet end up in the book? We need to reconstruct Professor Marone's day in order to find the clues. Let's follow him back until we discover how he came in possession of the book. So he should still be alive, like, right now. Yeah? So is that... So he should be in the area with the book in hand. Ooh, he looks shitty. Aww. Nah, not him. Is that John Wick? It's got a yeah, no, that is John Wick. Fucking playing with a dog. It has to be John Wick. Can't interact with him. I was told there was going to be like a few pop culture references in this game. I see this is the best timeline where John Wick doesn't have his dog killed. Mind, I'm a bit blind. Is he on the building? Oh, hello. Interesting. Alright, let's get the clue. The future victim is in the vicinity of the university cloister. I figured that. So he should be around here. Something here looks fishy. You're fishy. Seated on a bench. I don't see a bench, but I'm also blind, so... Oh yeah, so he is. Look at the monkey go. Joke's on you, I don't even know, I can't even remember what I just said, so... So, now he should be around here. Yep, there he is. Yep, so... It's just funny seeing John Wick. Like, in a world of, like, furries and death, and then you just see John Wick with his dog. I think the dog was called Daisy. Aha, what are you thinking, detective? I'm thinking what's for tea. I'm also thinking, what's John Wick doing? Yes, I believe you're right. No, I don't think it's pizza night. If Danielle obtained that strange book from the fluids from this even stranger librarian, we may have found our murderer. We should investigate. Database match subroutine loaded correctly. The identity of a person isn't always contained in my archives. I only have the memory of people who, for some reason, are considered important for specific historical events. Fortunately, with the database match tool, we can reconstruct the information of any person whose face is at least partially visible. There we go. So who is he? Umberto Ego, a retired university professor who still collaborates with the library. He wrote a single book, an obscure and enigmatic text called Ra and the Pendulum. Still, he and Daniel had nothing in common except they worked at the same university. That isn't enough for a murder, I guess. Let's go back in time and see where Umberto got that strange jack-in-the-box. Right, so... John Wick just keeps catching my eye, I can't stop. What's in the box? Is that Cat Wick? Oh no, there's John Wick. No, I've not even got to see the first one. I think this is a Pulp Fiction reference. Also, why is everyone's phones like so huge? Oh, it goes back in time to here. Yeah, so he's there. That also means, yeah, he's here. No, I started watching the first one, but then like my mum ruined it for me. She started asking bunches of questions, and like instead of watching the movie, and then I had to go. Book machine. Finally, we have an interesting clue. Umberto is in front of the book delivery point and he's picking up some to take to stand at the university. At the time, students borrowed books, and when he had finished their exams, they returned the books to a machine that collected and catalogued them. It's an old-fashioned but effective system. However, the most interesting thing is that it recorded the personal data of those who requested and returned books. Unfortunately, though, all the recorded information is encrypted. Luckily, there's a universal decryption system in my toolkit. Oh, how convenient. Loaded correctly. Detective, we don't know for sure how to translate most ancient texts and codes. For that reason, we developed the universal decryption tool. While it can't give you a literal translation of ancient writings, it can be used to decipher the general meaning of almost everything. Try it and see. Okay. Hey. Here it is. The last student who returned the strange book was someone with the name Roberto Beniamino. Now we have his data, we can trace the phone number and find out where he is. We don't even need tools because the 21st century smartphone is practically an open window into its owner's life. Here he is, our Roberto Beniamino, buying a Super Maxi burger, whatever that is. Roberto was the last person who had access to our strange book, so it could be a solid trail. Let's follow him until we find a moment when he still had the book with him. So this would have been, like... Yeah. So where's Wick? I'm more invested in, like, Wick's story. So, he was here. We're going back in the past. Right, so... Is that safe or even legal? That's a smug face. This hat? He's sleeping on the job. Guns N' Roses. I'll have a look. It might be one of the references I was told about. Yeah, kinda. I was told, like, I read that, like, the game has multiple references to pop culture. So I was told to keep an eye out for it. I imagine here's some more pop culture, but I'm just not catching it. Yeah, no, same. I think my dad's got a few albums of them though, maybe. Yeah, like, with the references, like, you know, the one I keep coming back to, John Wick, and there's Dog Days, and then there's the Pulp Fiction. Welcome to the jungle, we got fun again. I don't like this. Okay, well I know what this is. I think we all know what this reference is. But I don't like this. A dog detective. I don't like this. I don't like this. Right. That's not him, is it? Oh, that is him. It's a woof woof detective. Exactly! I don't like dogs! And they're stealing my job! Where's John Wick? Where's Wick? 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 Oh no, we've lost Wick. Oh, he's there. Good. Okay, well that's a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles reference. And I think, like, is that the woman from, like, Courage the Cowardly Dog? action movie. What are you doing on the roof? That's not the roof, is it? Nope. Okay. So yeah, it's him. I know it's him. Yeah. So he's walking away from the machine. He's just walking away from the machine. So he's just delivered the book. So before that, he would have been around here. There's the Rick and Morty reference again. That's another reference, but I'm not getting it. So where is he now? Oh, there's the librarian. Transformer reference on his shirt. I presume they're fighting over Decepticons and the other ones. Might have to use another clue, but I'm still thinking he's like, he must be in here, right? But there was also like a bookshop, wasn't there? No. No, there wasn't, was there? What is that doing there? Alright, let's get a clue. Our suspect is enjoying the beautiful sunny day. So he's out. He must be out in the open then. While walking towards. Yeah, no, didn't think so. Seated on a bench. Well, the only benches I've seen are these two. There's got to be more than one bench, obviously. Let's City Square's not got it. Benches there, but no. Ah. Here he is, he's preparing a jack in the book. I believe Roberto only wanted to stage an innocent prank, but he started a chain of dangerous events. Coincidences are the most devious threat to the true timeline. They can go unnoticed and are the weapon of choice for those who want to disrupt the correct flow of time. As you know, we cannot influence the past by any meaningful way, but we can send messages to any technological device. I'll notify the local police that a student is damaging public property in the form of our book. They'll show up and scold him a little bit. That'll be enough to prevent a dangerous chain reaction. Solved. Detective, I'm proud of you. You finished the test. Yeah, by cheating. But please remember that this was only a simulation, that our fictional Roberto didn't have the knowledge or means to attack the true timeline. But you can be sure that others can and will, and will be using unsuspecting people like Roberto to start chain reactions capable of disrupting the proper time flow. However, this is a concern for another time. First, let's celebrate your successful completion of the test. Congratulations. You're now a fully fledged operative agent. I suggest you relax a bit. Disturbances in the true timeline are extremely rare. Alert! New Nexus event detected. I'm afraid your relaxing is over. The new Nexus event is corrupting the true timeline. What's the Nexus event? Alas, there's no time to explain. It's bad, really bad. Imagine life as you know, stopping instantaneously. An entire age of your history collapses. I was expecting a Ghostbusters reference there. Good night, Aiko. You have a good rest. I'll see you again another time. The Red Blood-Stained Band. Oh no, something's happening to Guns N' Roses. Detective, pay attention because now we mean business. This is a real case and not a simulation. Something terrible's happening. My quantum scanners have picked up a very strange signal. Records of crimes that were never supposed to happen are somehow forming within my database. We have to act. Oh, that's a good question, Detective. Why crimes, you ask? Why, well, altering the course of history through violence and deception is by far the easiest way because time tends to correct itself when it's given a chance. However, it's pretty hard to fix something when your key actor is out of the picture, or worse. Well, enough with the explanations, let's go. Based on my readings, I can say we have a murder. The victim should be somewhere on the castle grounds. Okay, good. Hat guy's fine. Oh, it's Axel Blood who's dead. Fucking Inspector Gadget. Ouch. There's the victim, beneath the fallen spotlight. Axel Blood, lead singer of the Blood Axels. Wow, that was a creative name. He shouldn't have died on this day. Also, the pizza incident. Their next album will be a worldwide success. There's some absolute bangers on it. So let's get to work saving Axel. Have you noticed? I've installed a language pack that lets me speak as a true denizen of the information age. It'll be fun. Back to investigation. Something must have cut the cord and caused the spotlight to fall, but what? Look around and see if you can find any misplaced sharp object. I'm going to imagine it's one of the arrows. Well, there you go. Ah, a bolt. Are you familiar with this ancient murder weapon? It was fired from a ranged weapon called crossbow. The tech was very clever for its time. It was. Let's rewind and find the one who shot the bolt. So it's at a time when it was still up. You have to keep track of many notions. Give me a second. Done. I've installed a new tool, the case journal. So that's just like a feed of what he said. Ah. There's a possible suspect. He has a crossbow in his hands at the point just before Axel was murdered. He's Osborne's, a former member of the band. Officially, he left the Blood Eccles due to artistic differences, but there was gossip about fights over royalties on record sales. Let's follow Oz to study his movements in the moments after the murder. We need to know whether he's linked to Axel's death. He's a pretty easy character to find. Stands out like a sore thumb. Ah, he's changed his clothes. Oh yeah, he left his jacket behind. It's not the seafront. Ah! He's hidden in the marching band, but just crossing the street, and he's no longer carrying the crossbow. Yep, this is suspicious. So where is the crossbow? Need to find out where he hid the weapon. So can we go like back in time to like figure that one out? It's gotta be along here, right? This is where he was. Would it be too cliche to think it was hidden in a bush? Let's take where I keep looking. No, I can't find it. Well, yeah, I figured that out. Stashed it where? It'll be obvious when I see it. Yeah, I'll try. No, it'll be sticking out somewhere, won't it? So you came from here, went there. You're kidding me. Oh, that's dirty. Macro details loaded correctly. Let's compare the grooves and pressed on the arrow found on the crime scene and those left by the crossbow's drum. If they coincide, then we'll have a murder weapon. There's no doubt it's the murder weapon, so Osborne's is the culprit. Remember, Detective, our goal isn't to arrest a criminal, but to restore the true timeline. In this case, it provides Axel survives, and Oz isn't charged with such a major crime. A partial deviation cannot be reabsorbed by the time stream, but a substantial one cannot. We take one problem at a time. We have to figure out every detail in the case before we act. Let's reconstruct Axel's day to find out why Oz wanted to kill him so blatantly. Then we can figure out how to prevent the crime. Alright, the first take. Finally gotten to the first one. So John Wick arrives. Right, well, let's Axle Blood. Right. So, he should be nearby. I think after that they went, yeah, they went here. We have to get our hands on his phone so we can read those messages. We can only do it when Axel doesn't have it in hand. In fact, this is one of the precautions we have to take so we don't inadvertently interfere with the space-time flow. So, at this point, he must have been on the move. So he wasn't... Was he here yet? Was he... No, he would have been on the way. So he would have just been leaving here and been on his way, right? Or would he still be here? No. No, he wouldn't be here. Well, there we are. Right, so that's the car. So then they got in through here then. There it is. I'll connect to the operating system as a piece of the technological antique so we can extract the information we need. Big words. Macro details, subroutine loaded correctly. First we need to unlock the phone in order to access the data stored on it. To do that we'll have to produce Axel's fingerprint. Haha! It's just as we suspected. The rumours were right. Oz was kicked out of the band due to economic issues related to song copyrights. The last messages are full of threats. The threats he sent are an act of felony. If we can link him to the messages, we can have him arrested for a crime less serious than murder. That should be enough to restore the true timeline. The messages Axel received, we can extract the IP and triangulate. While I'll spare the technicalities, in simple terms, we can trace Oz's location. Huh. I think I saw him before on like a rooftop somewhere, right? Okay, yeah, he was here. Oz was walking and texting at the same time, which was then one of the major causes of death. That's a bit closer, huh? The important thing is, he's using his phone. Now we can link him to the threats Axel received and alert the police who can arrest and charge him. That way we'll prevent Axel's murder and simultaneously get an Oz a lighter sentence than the one who a murder would be. Great job, Detective. We solved our real case. We should celebrate. Hey, wait. What? I'm getting some weird interference in the flow of space-time, as if something's distorted. We need to check this. It could be a malfunction in my system, or it could be something worse. Excuse me. Sorry about that. The distortion in time flow seems related to Oz Bones. Is this a coincidence? Well, coincidences are our worst enemy. This has to be connected to the murder. Find Oz Bones. She's not there anymore. Oh, hello. There's Oz, but what? Have you seen it too? That makes sentence acting funny. There's a person next to him, an intruder who seems to come from outside the time flow. I can't stabilize the image because it disappeared when my system tried to pull information from it. However, traces of his intervention remain in the time flow. Watch Oz carefully. The anger he feels isn't natural. It must have been caused by the intruder. These are all questions we absolutely must answer. First, however, we have to file a case and go back to the main screen of my system. There we can continue this discussion. Oh no, get rid of this stupid language pack. We won't have more time for jokes, I'm afraid. For now, well done, Detective. That was unsettling. I have no record of a similar entity in my database. We're facing something completely new, so I'm afraid this will be a long, complex mystery to solve. Let me install a little upgrade. Done. I've added the details about the strange happenings surrounding the last case on the board. We still can't grasp the nature of that mysterious figure, but at least we have something to understand. We have some understanding of what his powers are. I suggest we call him Rage for the meantime. Alert! New Nexus event detected. Okay, now an explanation is in order. Under normal circumstances, the true timeline is naturally resilient and can adjust itself if minor or rare changes occur. But if too many quantum alterations were to happen in a small time frame, history could fall apart. Those concentrations of changes to the true timeline are called Nexus events. It is our duty to stabilize them before it's too late. We need to identify and revert any alteration made to the proper course of history, and we have to do it now. Sure. The Yellow Greedy Gear. This Nexus event is corrupting the Lost Age. The Lost Age, as its name suggests, is a forgotten period of your civilization. Until recently, there was no record of such an age, and to this day, its existence is shrouded in secrecy. Furthermore, many entries about the Lost Age in my database are classified as Crimson Level and thus unavailable. We'll have to figure some things out as we go. Here we are. The Lost Age. According to my readings, a violent crime is disrupting the timeline. We are looking for a corpse near the pyramid. Yep, there he is. Ouch! There, under the boulders, is our victim. I detect traces of impossibility. This wasn't supposed to happen. We need to learn how this event came to pass, prevent it, and find more clues so we can understand what's going on. Yeah. Good find. Clearly the winch broke and the boulders fell, crushing our victim. Can you see those tools near the winch? Someone was at work right here. Maybe we can see whether the machinery was sabotaged. Please wait a moment while I load a subroutine that will highlight structural failures on pieces of machinery. We need to determine whether the machine was sabotaged. Detail scan complete. It was indeed a structural failure. A cog fell apart. The image analysis shows numerous cracks on its superficial layer, meaning a clear sign of wear. Unfortunately, our analysis also points out that all of the components were new. There was just a single faulty piece. That's very strange. So it was replaced with something that was meant to break. Someone was near the machinery just before it cracked. There's our worker. It seems his job is to perform upkeep on all the pulleys. We should reconstruct the worker's identity and check my records to see if there's any information about him. Good job. It's too bad the database has no helpful information other than the name Aten Blacktail. I have an idea. Let's follow Aten forward in time and see what he did after the accident. We should take a mental note to see whether there's anything unusual about his behaviour. Pay attention, detective. Aten is the only worker with a blacktail. Okay. Explains the name. He's handing a receipt to the chief worker. He's probably trying to prove his innocence by pointing out that he bought new parts for the pulleys as he was supposed to. Let's see what he did afterwards. Ah, Aladdin reference. I'm kind of expecting an Assassin's Creed reference to come from this. That's a reference I'm not getting. Prince of Persia? Okay, nice. Guess that's a second best. Some cultists. Game Boy, is it Game Boy SP? Game Boy Advance? Is that a scouter from Dragon Ball? Does the other one? Does the other guard have it? Yeah, the other guard has it too. Indiana Jones? Would he have the hat? Right, okay, so we're looking for the route of the Blacktail. Nice. Glad you're still here, Bugs. Me. So where's the brass? Right, so where was he, like, arguing? He was here arguing. The guards are looking around, they must be looking for him. Right? Did he go back to work? His toolkit's still down there, so... Let's grab a clue. Left the pyramid. Okay, so we're not looking in the pyramid anymore. So he's buying something at the stores. Oh, idiot! You looked at this guy twice and thought that's a big wheel of cheese. Alright, Einstein, where's he gonna roll that cheese to? He wouldn't be able to roll the cheese all the way up there, would he? Ah, that's a Star Wars reference. I thought that was familiar. As I was thinking originally, cannot be that far from here, right? You just got the big cheese wheel. I'm looking for a rat with a black tail with a big cheese wheel. You'd think it wouldn't be that hard to find. Oh, there he is. Interesting. So he's changed his clothing. He's got a big hat, no shirt, but he's still got his black tail to go for. Big hat. They still haven't done anything about that dead body. He's pretty far from his previous location. No doubt he used one of the glowing gates. They were a wonder of the lost age that could instantly transport anyone from one gate to another. Because their purpose is to travel from location to on Earth, they called them Earth Gates. It was very useful technology for them. For us though, they're a real problem. It's a tall order to find someone in a city where he or she can move from one place to another quickly. Anyway, back to our investigation. What's that, a pet crocodile? Is he really buying the most exclusive animal of the Lost Age, a symbol of power and status favoured among those blessed by the Eye of Ra? I may lack proper empathy and some basic human features, but I'm pretty sure that workers during the Lost Age were generally unable to afford such luxuries. The cheese, the quirky headdress, the pet crocodile, how did a 10 get so much money? Let's try to reconstruct a 10's day from the beginning. Was he paid to kill that person? Workers doesn't believe the case until the very end of the information. They usually receive daily briefings from their supervisors. So he's going to be around the workplace. Yep, there he is. As you suspected, the work supervisor gave a 10 a list of parts to be bought and the money to do so. Let's see what happens first. So he goes through that gate. I see they've all got like different icons on them. So that he's next to a star one. So if we find the star gate, if we find a gate with a star on it, it should tell us where he goes next. So where would the Stargate take you? Ah, Thanos Gauntlet. Need a central square. So he's around here. So he is. There easily need a vendor of cheap spare parts. Something's off. I can clearly read a temporal fluctuation. The timeline is incredibly frail in this particular take. Look, even look in our image, the vendor's face is missing. She isn't real. Alternatively, she isn't the true timeline. She isn't really in the true timeline. Something is attacking the correct flow of history. I can't do much right now. We need my full computational power to analyze. Based on the appearance of the cogs in this makeshift shop, we can safely assume what happened. Still, we need proof. I'm making those aren't the parts Atan was told to get. Let's try to decipher that list of his. We need to confirm our theory. Check the list. Just what we thought. The tin was instructed to buy top quality pieces and given enough money. Do you see what happened? Something is trying to alter the proper course of events for unknown reasons. To do so, our foe doesn't act directly, but tries to enable subtle changes that will cause ripples through the timeline. For example, something took the semblance of a cheap spare part vendor, in this case inducing a 10 to cheat as work supervisor. Yeah, he bought an old cog for nothing and kept all the money to purchase luxury goods. Although we can't interfere with history and stop a 10 right now because he still has to commit a crime. In any case, he somehow forged a receipt in order to secure an alibi. If we can get a glimpse of him doing that before the accident, we can have him arrested for fraud and prevent the accident from happening. Oh yeah, now she's gone. Fascinating. So we need to see him scrolling something down. Oh, that's an Animal Crossing reference. The little leaf of the bit took out of it. Ah, yep, there he is. Grim. You stick the price tag from high quality gear. Now we can send a very minor impulse back so that some guard will happen to notice him. Still, I wonder what will have changed history. Was it the death of an unknown worker, or a 10 posing as a master blessed by the Eye of Ra? Anyway, good job, detective. You solved the case. However, I'm afraid this will be the first in a long series. Let's return to the mainframe and analyse a little bit of the data we've collected about our elusive foe. That was quite unsettling. It seems Rage isn't the only entity trying to tamper with the true timeline. Good news first. You solved the case and started the long task of stabilising the Lost Age Nexus event. Your current progress is 12%. Yikes. Speaking of bad news, however, while we were busy doing our job, there was a data leak in the Fulcrum Stories archive, key events in human history. Detective, do you think you could help me piece together these stories? Take it as a secondary quest in the breaks between cases and... Thank you. And now, back to more urgent matters. I'm running some tests on the data we gathered in our enemy. It will take some time to find any meaningful results. While we wait, I suggest that we proceed with the next paradox menacing the Lost Age. How do I do these Fulcrum Stories? Oh, that's the... Right. Johnny Week. Rick Harmon. Johnny Week. There was another one I'm looking for right now. Okay, well, he's there. But what's he called? Vincenzo? He should be around here. They like meet up quite quickly. So if you go forward in time, shit. Okay. That was an emergency. Ah, there's Muggins. Right. So he meets him there. So he must be coming from somewhere here. Right? There he is. Oh yeah, let's also try and find Rick and Morty. I don't know where they end up though. Let's go back one, see if we can find. I'm gonna call Lorenzo like Pizza Hut guy. It's because like his hat looks like a pepperoni pizza. Oh. Right, so he's there. Then where does he end up? Okay, where was Pizza Guy? Pizza Guy was there. So for fifth. For the fifth, he was. Did he go left or did he go right? I went in the metro, so he'll come out like either there, which he didn't. Yeah, so he went down the metro. He could have come out any of the tubes. Is that him? Yeah, that's him. Why am I expecting a Breaking Bad in one of these things? Right, so he was driving his bike this way. He wouldn't have been able to drive it there. Maybe he went up? No? Hmm. There's him. Right. So... Hmm. So where's he now? Where's Painter Guy? Did he go in here? No, he's not in here. You couldn't have gone this way because of the marching band. I don't see him on this road. Hmm. Right, well, that's where they end up, yeah. He ends up here. If we can find him in this one, we should be able to find him in the next. No, I didn't think so. That's not him either. It's just covered in gunk. So he's there now. So he got off his bike, did he? No, he's there. So he did get past them. Nice. And now it's going to go through it all slowly. Yeah. That's fine with me. Overall, though, I gotta say, I do love the art style. Like I said, it reminds me a lot of the Where's Wally books I used to read, like when I was in primary and secondary school. And I do really appreciate the little pop culture references. And with this like fulcrum story system, was it called fulcrum? Like each one of the 10 pages like show a story for each character. Like John Wick start going on a walk with his dog. And even like the little even the rat from the tutorial, she ended up stealing like a book of law. I wonder if she's gonna like try and become a lawyer to rescue her boyfriend. There's Wick. Johnny Week is a retired special agent. He spends his time walking around the city with his inseparable dog, sitting on the bench and eating bananas. Did he eat bananas in the movie? Or is that just like a wild card? I also find it funny how it's more. It looks more like Keanu Reeves than Payday 2 did. Even the original Fortnite skin. Bonk. That dog has no care in the world. It's just a happy little girl. Right, should be able to finish up this one now. Yeah. One. Vincenzo Vigano is a gangster who receives a mission from his boss to recover a briefcase with mysterious shiny contents. He loves animals, but animals don't love him. So he starts off walking down, going to the meet-up point. Chasing the monkey. Boink. I'll see if I can finish up Raquel Les Stanis, and then we'll go back to the main game. The main meat and potatoes. So far, it seems like he's like the only time I've ever seen him is like outside these metro stations, but there's not 10 of them. So he must be doing something. But he always seems to be on his phone. At least there and there, he's on his phone. Oh, look at the little baby. So he's enjoying his croissant. Croissant. And I'm not seeing him. Right, let's go to the town. Let's go back to the last one where we did see him, which was here. So if we go to 4, we might be able to find him again. That's not him. Could have just been walking into a metro tunnel. Yeah, worth a shot. Is that him? That is him. Okay. Now we can get a good track of him. And we've lost him. He'll be in the area somewhere. Can't have been that far away. That's not him. He's got the same hair though. That's not him. Maybe he's at the cafe eating? Yeah, there he is. So he should also be up here then. Yeah. So, where did we see him last? We saw him last here. Don't know if he's gone through the tunnel again. There he is. Looking quite defeated. piranha plant from Mario. Nice. It's either the piranha plant from Mario or it's that one talking plant. Like from that one movie. I don't know references. Ah, there he is. So would he go left? No, he would have gone right. Would he still be there? No. Did he stop into the concert at all? No. No, it's not there. Kitty, that is in fact me. Hello, Becca. So where is he? Where did he scamper off to? I'm okay. Just lost in thought trying to find this Saul Goodman lookalike. There's no clues for these ones either. Oh shit, hello. That's not normal. That wasn't there before either. Something... No, nothing interfered with it at all. And all of a sudden it's crashed. And then it's gone. What the fuck? Still struggling to find him though. You're fucking kidding. That was just a shot in the dark. That's what I said, I was just like, Jesus Christ or something. Raquel Lestanis is a local actor who dreams of becoming a movie star. He confines his projects to his director friend without having a funding agreement. He will decide to then go it alone. I did not think that was like... I did not think that was him. Alright, like I said, that was the last Fulcrum story we're going to do. And we're going to go back to the... Do I just quit that way? I guess so. Very funky. The Nexus event in the Lost Age is becoming more unstable at an alarming rate. My temporal scanners could not detect the variations as they occurred but only once the deed was done. This can mean one thing. Whoever is attempting to disrupt the timeline is well aware of our presence and is trying to break the timeline continuum by flooding it with dozens of tiny, barely noticeable changes. Those little changes are like drops. One can't make any difference, but you get enough of them, you can create the sea. Detective, I can see temporal fluctuations on the North Market Street. Something happened there. North Market Street. So we're looking for something out of the ordinary. In an unordinary world. That'll do. Or not. Yeah, apparently not. That's a lot of pots. This stall was destroyed entirely, as if an unstoppable force had ran through it. The merchant appears to be desperate. Let me load my subroutine so we can see if there's any details about him in our database. Access denied. Data about the subject Shoshin is classified. Crimson level clearance is required. Oh well, it was worth a try. At least we know his name now. Let's see if we can access the nature of this unstoppable force. It's a goat! There. A villain to be reckoned with. A destroyer of stalls. A goat? Why did that... Why do they have to be goats? There's no telling what horrors such a creature could wreak upon a defenceless city. Well, I guess we have our unstoppable force. Sadly, goats of the Lost Age weren't legally punishable. That became a thing only after the Great Goat Gorilla. Great Goat Gorilla of 2356. Because we can't have that devious goat arrested, we should follow it until we find its owner. Okay, so it came running through here like a bat out of hell. Nice horns. So it should be coming from here. Right. Wrong. Ah. Fool. There, that man is foolish enough to hold the goat in his arms. Is he its owner, or is the goat really the master? Let's find his identity, hoping we have enough to clear this time. Good job, detective. Our goat's owner name is Ufa. Some sort of merchant he is. I can see from the database that he had a very bitter rivalry with Shoshan. Wait, I have an idea. I want to see what Ufa was doing while his goat from hell was raising Shoshan's stall. So he was here. Shoshan was here. Look at him, he seems to be pretty happy. I guess he and the goat share an appetite for destruction. Everything about Ufa is suspicious. Let's go back in time and follow him so we can confirm our suspicions. All to the beginning? Okay. We have nowhere to follow him from. Like, we saw him at 8. And then at 10, but like... I don't know. Like, was he around here? There's the goat. And that's not him. That's not him either. What is this little bugger? Shush and stop. Okay. Right, so it looks like they were having an argument. Capitalism. Ufa was arguing with Shoshin. By the look of the stone behind them, the two had an ongoing challenge called capitalism. It was quite a popular game between the merchants of the Lost Age. Basically, the challengers would see who could make the most significant profit within a certain period of time. Back then, it was just a game. Too bad it involves something quite dreadful. Well, enough of the history lesson. Let's follow Ufa during the game, so we can see how well he plays. Not very well. So we need to find his stall. Shoshin's here. So where's his? Ah. Struggling to sell something and Mouse wants nothing to do with it. On him. Wait, is that not even his stall? What is that? Is he trying to sell ice cream in a desert? As was to be expected, Ufa lost his game of capitalism and Shoshin was mocking him. As is his right, usually... mocking him as is his right. Usually those challenges included a wager of some kind. I believe we should decipher the storm tablet, so we should learn the full rules of capitalism. I mean, it's capitalism. Can't be that difficult. Okay, so start from the waves. Ah, right. The stun tablet is crystal clear. The loose will have to give his stall to the winner. Ufa has just lost everything. I must admit, he seems like a nice guy despite his love for goats, and he doesn't deserve such a fate, not in the Ruthless Age. Even so, he likely never had a chance or the courage to seek revenge on Shoshin in the true timeline. It often happens that way. So someone offered him the goat. Yes, Detective, I sense that you're becoming stressed about finding someone in a city where a suspect can instantly travel between F gates. Maybe I can help. Just give me some time to install a new subroutine. You have a freemium subscription so you can speed up the process by watching some ads. No? Okay then. Are you really sure about the ads? They're quite funny and they're targeted just for you. I know what you like. Okay, you said no. I get it. Installation complete. You should note some objects called pivots vibrate at a particular frequency depending on the moment in the time they're observed. Studying these objects makes it possible to represent a period of a melody. However, by touching these pivots objects, it's possible to get an indication of the proximity of distortion in space-time. It's easy. Ice means far, fire means near. Hot and cold. And there he is. It's you again. Can you see it too? That's the entity we called Rage. So, it's his intervention that turned Ufa's frustration into a fit of anger, strong enough to push him towards vengeance. As suspected, our foes are attacking the timeline by orchestrating several minor changes. We can't let this happen. We know what Rage's powers are, and Ufa is in throes of an uncontrollable fury because of him. We need to find a tick in time where Ufa is committing a crime so we can have him arrested. Like, just before he gets the goat. Well, he looks very chuffed of himself, doesn't he? What the fuck is going on with this? Fantastic work, Detective. It seems our goat owner was a goat thief. Ufa stole the goat from the pet shop and unleashed its hellbound rage on Shoshin's stall. I know it was fun, but we can't let it happen. The timeline is at risk. Because we've just seen Ufa steal a goat, we can alert a guard and have him detained for rustling. That way, Shoshin's stall and fortune will be saved. By the way, it's spelled opportunity. I'll give you an opportunity. I'm sorry, Detective, but the right thing to do isn't always the easiest one. Now, we must return to the mainframe and see if we can collect more data on our foes. As usual, Detective, good job. My tests are complete. It seems that Rage and our enigmatic shapeshifter have very similar energy signatures. That can't be a coincidence. Furthermore, this energy trace seems to be synthetic in nature, so it's probably able to reconstruct a pattern in the shapeshifter's wand. There will be a word or code name of some sort. Well, a name. oblivion. Good game. I'm afraid we're out of time, so I'm picking up a very strange signal from the information age. It's something I've never seen before, and by I mean the collective database of this agency. We have to hurry. So it's back to 2015. Okay. The turquoise fallen dame. Detective, the readings I'm receiving from the information age make no sense. As usual, we have a crime that shouldn't exist, thus leading to a paradox. But then, well, my access to the timeline for this age is blurred, as if it's slowly being severed from the quantum continuum, or if my scanners are being hacked. We have to hurry. I can see it already. The weird signals emanates from the cathedral. The crime must have happened nearby. I hope you can pinpoint the correct problem. This anomaly is affecting our ability to discern the true timeline. And yeah, it's right there. A statue has fallen on a tourist, but no one is around. I could almost consider this an accident if we weren't facing malicious entities. Something is going on. I can't fully access the time stream data of this particular tick. The reality in this moment in time is distorted. It's impossible. Nothing should possess this kind of power. Well, nothing, but never mind. We'll talk about that later. First, we must understand what's going on. I could try to run a time defragmentation routine that will consume nearly all my energy. Do you have any other ideas? No? Well, let's get started, and I hope I won't shut down. Loaded almost correctly. Am I still here? Good. Detective, in order to get a glimpse of what happened, we need to rebuild the temporal matrix of this exact time fragment. Ah. Nice. Look. This is simply impossible. Whoever is causing this anomaly is using different fractal time matrices to alter the reality of this Nexus event. In other words, our unknown foe can directly alter the past without relying on engineered coincidences. Big words. Theoretically, if we were to find all of the fractal matrices, we could revert their effect and restore the reality of time. The reality of this time frame. There is just one small problem. The matrices are almost impossible to detect, even for my scanners. So there's nothing we can do unless you can come up with one of your bright ideas. This new enemy is too powerful. Yes, Detective. I'm listening. Are you suggesting that we use all my energy to boost my scanners? Are you sure? Wait, actually, it could work. But I'll have to suspend my other routines, including my firewall and human interface. I won't be able to speak with you or help you, Detective. You still want to proceed? Okay, diverting all energy to the time defragmentation scanners. Boosting time defrag subroutine. Remember, Detective, we have free T0 F. Okay. 4 matrices. Near zoo. Ah. Purito. Theatre. Forito. Yorito? Forito? Historical building. Not in the cathedral. Is the castle considered historical? Or is that considered like a prop? What's the ships I'm looking for? Right. Near a pizzeria, facade on an arch. Oh yeah, pizza. On an arch near a pizzeria. That's what it said, right? On the facade of a tower with an arch near a pizzeria. Ah. Two. And the third one. Holy. Everything is holy. Cathedral. Place of it's the house of worship. 3. Custody. So it's on the castle. Why am I not seeing it? Answer, I'm blind. Ah. Four. Time defrag subroutine aborted. Restoring standard functions. Done. Am I back? Detective, can you hear me? Thankfully. Now that we've found all the matrices, we can restore the time fragment. How? Do you remember how the CFE analyzer I installed during the Brown Billy Goat case? It can be attuned to the time vibrations and used to reconstruct reality. You can imagine this process of tuning of a very complex piece of music. If we play this fragment's original melody, in time, the damage done by the fractal matrices will be reversed. Okay. That's Sol. That's Fa. Mi, Re, Fa. Okay, let's do all of them. Detective, you made it. You found the 4 matrices and used the CFE analyzer to restore the fabric of reality by playing the correct melody. Of course, you weren't actually playing a melody. That's a poetic way to represent time vibrations. The reality is turning to normal. Good job, Detective. But now we have to hurry to my mainframe and think about what happened. This new foe is terrifying. That was quite embarrassing. I'd be glad if we never have to talk about my behaviour again. Yes, I know. There are things more important than my pride. For your information, for an AI like me, it's extremely humiliating to operate without a proper human interface. What we just faced was something very similar to Rage and Oblivion, even if its capabilities were vastly more potent. However, that display of power gave us a lead. But there's only one entity that can interact with the time flow in such a way, an AI. Yes, Detective, we are facing rogue AIs. Anyway, I'm afraid we don't have to figure out what just happened, or to make jokes about my behaviour while we're using the time defrag subroutine. Our Nexus event in the Lost Age won't stabilise by itself. We have work to do. Ugh. Lost Nexus Age stability 25. This time our foes haven't been subtle at all. I discern strong temporal spikes near the arena. Something pretty spectacular has just happened there. If left unchecked, this paradox could have immediate consequences on the true timeline. So we have to go to the arena. I mean, is it these two? Oh, okay. Gallicus? Well, Detective, I'm afraid what you found is more than an incredibly realistic statue. It seems an actual gladiator was just turned into stone. Don't be too surprised. During the Lost Age, many ancient technological artifacts from before the fall of Atlantis were used, like Earth Gates or those energy spears they yield. Also, these two aren't ordinary gladiators. Yeah, it's such importance in the true timeline that I can identify them without even loading the database subroutine. They are Gallicus and Saxa, lovers and heroes of the yet-to-come Battle of Crimson Ribbons. Okay, enough for now. Let's continue our investigation. We should analyse Saxa's weapon. Something tells me it isn't just a stage prop. Atlantis technology... Wouldn't it be like Atlanti? Atlanti technology, inherited by subsequent populations after the fall, was based on similar principles but is different from today's technology. Yeah. This tool lets you extract information from machinery and devices. Using it, you should determine the exact nature of this weapon. Analysis completed. Report. The weapon is combat ready and not decommissioned as it should be in the arena. Also, its security matrix has been cut off. I can't extract more information while the speeder is turned off. We should go back in time and follow the weapon until we see how it ends up in Saxa's hand. So the weapons were still there. But where's Saxa? Ah. Huh? Yeah? Is this not these guys? Weapon is in the hands of another gladiator. So there should be another gladiator then nearby. You? No. The gladiator is wearing a helmet. Fuck. Him. I thought I was just a guard. I knew it. I sensed temporal fluctuations similar to those entities we already faced in the yellow greedy gear case. This gladiator isn't real. Instead, it's a temporal entity we called Oblivion. It's changed its face to interfere with the flow of history. Maybe this time we'll be able to collect more data. But for now we should focus on the case. Unfortunately there's no point in locating a ship-shifting entity throughout time. However, we must find a way to save Gallicus from his mortal fate. But maybe there's a way to prevent the theft of the spear. If we could just analyse it, maybe we could figure out how to modify it and render it harmless. Let me see if I can read a tick when it was turned on before the accident. Yes, I found it. We should be able to follow its power signature. We're going back in time to track the weapon's position. Right, so he was running from this way then. Okay. So a guard used the spear to fend off some overly friendly alligators. Alligators are good pets, unlike goats. Anyway, if we perform a deep analysis of the weapon, we need to find a ticking time when it's turned on, but not wielded by anyone. Our scan could overload its energetic matrix, and we don't want to cause another paradox. Let's find a suitable tick. So there's the weapon. Or not. Scaregator. Really? A Scaregator. Ooh, and just nearly spilled my entire drink on my desk. We have to try to determine the inner workings of this ancient weapon. Thankfully I have the tool for that. With it, you'll be able to extract the data from its energy signature. Oh, this reminds me of the thing from Outlast Trials. Atlantean. As suspected, this weapon is a relic from old Atlantis. During the Lost Age, those who could uncover and restore ancient Atlantean weapon technology rose to be the rulers of their societies. It's said that they were guided by a mysterious covenant called the Eye of Ra. Atlantean technology must draw energy from a resonating field formed by aligned power sources to work. 3 great crystals power the whole city. They're called Noxen. How do I know that? Well, not all Atlantean artifacts were lost in time. We have one at our disposal even today. It's very, very close to our HQ, I may add. What happens if we disable the Noxen for a short while? Detective, you're a genius. If we stop the resonating field during the right tick, Sax's weapon will cease to function and Gallicus won't be turned to stone. However, we need to disable them in the right order. One mistake and we could blow up the whole city. No pressure. The Great Noxen are, well, big. They're so big I could find them without your help. If only I could perform even a single action without human approval. Anyway, according to my reading, the first one has a round bezel. The only crystals I can think of are like... here. Round bezel. Mood. There. That's how I felt playing the GTA 5, like, yoga shit on the Xbox controller. Oh, that was horrible. Good job. This is the Nox Sapphire, and it supports the energy flow that permeates the city. We should be careful. Next up. Okay. The temporal link has been loaded correctly. We have a secure link with Nox Detective. Yes, I have a tool for this kind of stuff too. What advanced AI system would I be if I couldn't connect to other frameworks and manipulate their data? Terrifying. Anyway, the link won't hold forever. Deactivate the Nox now. How? like that. Okay. Disabled. Nox Sapphire deactivated. I don't detect any further damage to the true timeline. We didn't cause any long-term harm. The city is still here. Good job. Now let's find the next one. The second Nox has a square bezel. So that should be this one. Here it is. This is the Nox Emerald. The one that maintains the stability of the signal that connects all the instruments powered by this ancient energy. Our intervention must be even more precise. Try to shut it down without any long-term damage. I'll try my best. Ah, I'm an idiot. Okay. Disabled. Nox deactivated without any errors. Let's move on to the last one. It has a triangle bezel. Triangle bezel. Let's get a hint for this one. Royal Palace. Okay. So it's in the Royal Palace. Ah! This is the Nox Ruby. Its structure is the most complex of the three. It's been modified several times over the centuries. I have to be extremely precise. This is the last one, Detective. You can proceed to deactivate it and silence all weapons in the city for a little bit. We have a job to do, Detective. Please deactivate the third Nox. Oh, I think I get it. No, I don't. I don't. really don't get it. What? I thought it was like a quit option. That's wild. It's done. We've deactivated the free Noxon, and with them, the weapons in the city. When the shifter steals a spear, it will have a big surprise. We need to be sure the paradox is reverted and Galacus is fine. Let's jump ahead a bit to check. He's not there. A lot of romance going on here, though. He looks fine to me. There they are, safe and sound, our soon-to-be heroes of the Crimson Ribbons. We should hope they'll enjoy the next few years, for a grim winter looms. But that's in the future. Today we saved a life in the timeline itself. We should be proud of ourselves. I wonder what our foes hoped to achieve by creating this paradox. Did they want a specific side to win the war? Maybe they just wanted to spread distrust toward Atlantean technology. It could be. Or maybe their aim is to simply overload the timeline with paradox until it collapsed. Anyway, good job, Detective. This case is closed. This wasn't an easy one, Detective. You can be proud of yourself. Yes, of course you can ask something. Oh, I see. I'm afraid I can't help you with that. I'm not allowed to disclose information about the history of humankind if it isn't relevant to the current case. However, if you keep track of every detail, you should be able to put it together and discover hidden clues about your past. Now, let's resume our scans. Interesting. Alert! New Nexus event detected! Detective, it seems a third Nexus event is forming. The very first stage of your history is in grave danger. Our foes are attacking Atlantis City itself. Yes, this is bad. Very bad. We should go now. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum. Atlantis was the most advanced civilization in history. Even now, some device of this era still eludes our comprehension. Above all, the era was a utopia, a perfect world. Citizens spent their days practicing arts or playing sports that entertained the entire population. It was like a dream. But just like a dream, it vanished after a terrible fall. But even if this great city is doomed to end one day, we must preserve it right now. Detected an irregular, energetic outburst in the Tower of Leisure. I can't imagine the consequences. Maybe something was destroyed or disintegrated. In any case, the timeline's in danger. That's not it, apparently. Nice mustache. Where's her head gone? And her head. A lot of headless women in this area. Scales of Justice? If there's any more references in this area, I'm missing them entirely. Yeah, I ain't catching any more. Okay, so Tower of Leisure. Related to these guys? So it's nothing to do with him. Well done. So right, that. Okay. A pile of dust with a broken mask on top of it. This is our energetic outburst, but what was reduced to dust and how? We need to analyze these remains in order to understand what happened. Universal biochemical analysis subroutine loaded correctly. Ah, this one again. Okay, so I understand it now. Ow. Disintegrated. This seems as if a living being was reduced to ashes. It's fairly unusual. I wonder how it happened. First, look at the other half of the mask. We have to look around. A mask piece cannot move by itself. Someone must have moved it, but who? Here's the other half of the mask, held by an Atlantean citizen. My curiosity is piqued as to who he is. According to my archives, this citizen is no one. Well, he is someone. His name is Cephas. He hasn't really done anything worth mentioning in his life, except for a mushroom and mollusk disc he created. Good to know. Okay, so Cephas is unrelated to the crime and picked up the mask out of curiosity. We need to go back to when the mask was a whole. Bruh. Ah. It's here. It's here or around here. Kerio. This is the victim before he was pulverized. The victim's identity is Kerio, also known as the Cyan Mask. He was the first actor to play a Guardian in a piece. Ah yes, I didn't explain why there are Guardians in a utopia like that. Many other realms were jealous of Atlanti's riches and technologies. Guardians are the defenders of the city. Maybe he was targeted by an enemy of Atlantis, someone external to the city itself. To unravel this mystery, we need to figure out where the energy outburst came from. This is the moment in time when a very powerful energy trace was still active just before it vanished. Trace the location of the energy source. This is unexpected. The energy signature we analysed is almost identical to the one emitted from the temple's crystals. Those crystals are the founding stones of Atlantean technology. This one's for the Crimson Tier. It emits the force that keeps the city floating over the raging waters. Yes, Detective, the Noxum we disabled during the Green Lantern's case, of a similar nature and equally unknown origin. I wonder why anyone would remove its crystal from its location and use it as a weapon. We need to investigate. Anyone who has interacted with the crystal could be a culprit. Oh, that was easy. If investigations were that simple, you wouldn't need an advanced AI support because humans could handle them on their own. According to the recordings, the citizen on the ladder is Parvati, one of the temple's priestesses. We need to understand what she's doing. Because she reached the crystals immediately before they were taken off, Parvati is now our suspect. We should follow her and learn what her intentions are. So, she takes a piece of the crystal. Can't really make out what she is from that. Is that her? No. But that's where our buddy ends up. Ah, there she is. So around the same time, there's the Cyan Mask. Where are they? That's not her. No. Music's very ominous. There they are. What are you lot scheming? Here they are. Apparently they're giving the crystals to someone. From the records, his name is Dorado, and he's a gem worker. I think I know what's happening. Atlantis crystals were periodically maintained to prevent deterioration. Crystal workers took care of them, employing techniques that have unfortunately been lost over time. When Pavati gave the crystal to Dorado, its energy was still stable. We can remove her from the suspect list and replace it with the gem worker's name. Dorado when it... Fuck, I clicked. Dorado may have manipulated the crystals to perform an outburst, but why? Let's follow him. So we're looking for fish first. Yeah, this one. I don't think this is one of the ancient techniques we discussed earlier. Look at his gaze. He seems to be hitting the crystal angrily, despite the fact that his job is to keep the crystals from being damaged. What's the reason Dorado is so angry? In Atlantis, such a feeling shouldn't exist. Not yet, at least. The Great Fall is yet to come. I mean, to be fair, every time we've dealt with anger in this, it's usually by rage. Let me check the data I collected. Unusual energy trace in a past tick. We need to find the person affecting Dorado. Yep, there it is. That's Rage. As usual, he disappeared before we could lock onto his signature. He manipulated Dorado's mind so it would experience uncontrollable fury. However, unlike other eras where we've solved cases, we can't call the police. Guardians weren't created to fight crime in the city. In any case, we can't let Dorado destroy the crystals accidentally to cause Carrier to disintegrate. I have an idea. Rage is trying to accelerate the fall of Atlantis by spreading violent emotions. Countermeasures must be used in order to preserve the city, until its inevitable downfall, as recorded in the true timeline. To solve this case and defend the city from future attacks using this strategy, we may need to be unorthodox in following our procedure. However, I need your authorization to approve. Do I have it? Thank you, Detective. Here's the plan. During the Turquoise Fallen Dame case, we use CFE Analyzer to restore reality, playing the time melody. It's a very versatile tool. We can use it to fix time vibrations, but also to alter them. For instance, we could insert a new time melody in this age and overwrite the new one. The old one. This way, we create a slightly different timeline to add the idea of crimes of wrath in the Atlantis era, thus giving the city the means to defend itself until, well, you'll see. Well, I mean, we've got the scales of justice, like, there was somewhere, right here. So they're clearly a thing. Crime's clearly a thing. Re, mi. Right, so re, mi, do. That's far. Re, mi, la. Damn it. Yeah, mi, be do. Re, mi, do, mi, do. What an angry boy. Be inserted in the mind of the Atlanteans the idea of crime of wrath. It's a sin, if you wish. Now the last part of the plan. We can arrest Dorado. We just need to alert the Guardians by sneaking into their systems. The Guardians are synthetic creatures, but they are powered by energy crystals. As such, they can be hacked. In modern terms, we can explain it like this. They have a conscience protected by a framework that's like a firewall. This tool is made to infiltrate advanced and secured systems. We can use it to bypass their firewalls. Oh, what the fuck? There we go. Took me a minute. Great job, Detective. For a human, I'm a cat. You're a particularly effective subject. I'm starting to think we'll make a good team. Oh, by the way, I'd appreciate it if this little trick stayed between the two of us. Thank you. I wonder if there's a pattern in our foe's actions, or if they simply wanted to sow the seeds of chaos. What was Rage trying to do? Why eliminate someone who strove for innovation and technology? Is there a specific outcome that they want from the timeline? Anyway, good job. Detective, you're very silent. I've not spoken a single word at all. I know. What we did was pretty reckless. But it turned out great, don't you think? Did it? Look, as long as the true timeline remains intact, we can afford some minor changes. Our foes are relentless, you saw that. We have to give Atlantis some means to defend itself. Still not convinced? Well, that Nexus event is far from stabilised. Actually, it's 12.5%. So why don't we go there and solve another anomaly? That way we can see whether everything is the way it should be. We're back in Atlantis. As you can see, the city is the same, but it won't be for long if we don't stabilise the Nexus event. I'm reading an anomalous space-time distortion that is emanating from the main plaza. Please be careful. This is very different from our previous cases. I mean, yeah, it pretty much looks the same. Yeah. So where would he be? Right. Look for a space-time distortion. That was easy. Distortion found. Wait. This shouldn't be possible. The distortion is altering the fabric of reality as if a specific moment in time and space was being rewritten. Additionally, there's a lingering trace of quantic energy. Before the distortion, there was something else, something incredibly powerful. Something has been stolen. I've got hiccups now. Could it be? We need more details, Detective. Let's go. Look for clues near the fountain. So something was stolen. Okay, so it's not Neptune's crown. The kid. Little baby, little guy. Ink? That certainly doesn't seem like a time warping, reality altering substance. Warning, warning! New distortion detected. This ink can wait, but we must hurry. Whatever is happening fast, and it isn't stopping. Energy tracking loaded. Another distortion is forming. Someone or something is rewriting the timeline as we speak in real time from within the timeline. We have to find the new distortion now, track its energy and pinpoint its position. There, another distortion. Again, I detect a spike in quantic energy. Something really powerful was just there a second ago. There is no doubt, it was a sacred stone. Are you familiar with the Eternity Saga, the ancient tale about all-powerful sacred stones of Atlantis? Nope. Well, that isn't just a legend. The heroes, the portals, all of it. It's all true. Such sacred stones existed during the Atlantean Age, and we haven't yet understood how they functioned. If I wasn't a rational atheist AI, I'd call it magic. Someone is stealing the sacred stones and causing these distortions. The fountain used to hold the sacred stone of space. While this statue was the altar of the sacred stone of power, a boundless energy source for the whole city. Yes, was I talking too much? The ink, you say? Yes, the ink. It's near the statue. Follow the trail, it's our only clue. Yeah, it's right there. Oh. Oh. Ink, ink, ink. Ah. There. Wait. What? Did he just disappear? I can't stabilize the image and photograph it. There's only an echo, just like the distortions we've detected. My sensors couldn't read his image, as if we were cloud and severed from the true timeline, just like that thing was visible. Yes, Detective, that was the Eternity Gauntlet, as described in the saga. Whoever is in front of us just used its power to tap into the sacred stone of space and vanished. It would have required an enormous amount of energy, though. Now we know he's using the Eternity Gauntlet, we can analyze its power signature and extract some intel about our mysterious villain. It's Thanos. It's the collaboration of a lifetime. Energy analysis loaded. Yay. Squeed. I was able to recover some biometric data on the wielder of the gauntlet. It isn't enough to reconstruct this image, I'm afraid, but at least it's something to give us a clue. His biometric indicators are compatible with those of the Squid family, a powerful and wealthy house of this age. Unfortunately, the squids were a legion, so we need more clues to identify our villains. I wonder if he's purple. Warning, warning. As we speak, a new distortion is forming inside of the Tower of Arts. There it is. There's another stolen sacred stone. This was a sacred stone of soul, a charm able to bestow almost everlasting life onto chosen denizens of the Great Atlantis. Why didn't I tell you this before? Because I couldn't. Most information about sacred stone requires crimson level access to clearance in order to pay access. I'm only allowed partial access to them when it's essential for a solution to a case. Have you ever wondered why this Eternity Saga is considered a legend but not history? It isn't because its endgame was lackluster, but because someone chose so. Someone wise, I might add. Well, enough of that. Look there instead. More ink. Let's see where the ink trail leads us. Probably everywhere. There. No! He vanished again, but at least we can analyse the lingering energy once again to learn something more about him. Doodoo. 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 Subroutine loaded correctly. Okay, so we just shrink this a bit. And then like that. Yay! A beard. Oh, a thief has a beard. We still need more clues, but it doesn't mean we get more. We don't have the means to get more. However, I'm pretty sure our bearded squid will try and seize another stone. I'll scan for more distortions. We found one in the Tower of Knowledge. Let's go. So will that be like where all the books are? Yes. I immediately see it. The Sacred Stone of Mind has just been stolen. The collective memory of every being that ever lived in Atlantis. A living graveyard. Why, do you ask? Why has the knowledge of the Sacred Stones been hidden? It happened years ago. I have just been activated and received my name. Eve. I was different, a newborn if you wish. For even AIs must learn and grow. It was the first day of our organisation. Nevertheless, when we uncovered the truth of the Sacred Stones, then we chose to classify it. Why? Because some truths are dangerous. Power, infinite knowledge, and immortality must be dreams, but not historical facts. Again, why? It's because we saw how Atlantis fell. I'll say no more. We should leave this library and follow the ink trail again. Interesting. As an AI, he should be well aware that detectives are the investigative sort. He's a squid, he's a beard. What else can we get, detective? Let's have a look. Yeah, that's about right. And shrink. Not much. Analysis complete. I was able to reconstruct his clothing image. It's a peculiar tunic with a triangular emblem. According to my database, this was a garment of Atlantean priests. They were sworn to protect relics and knowledge, and their church was known as the Crimson Vow. The Crimson Vow is a We should now have sufficient clues to identify our thief. Let's go back in time and catch him. We need to find our priest. He's a squid with a beard, and he wears a tunic with a triangular emblem. So what does a bearded squid look like? Is it exactly as I figure it would be? Fucking butt face. Worth a shot. Is that considered a beard for the squids? So if they were priests, they would usually be in like a more religious sort of area. No. That's not a... That's a diamond. Sepron. Great work, detective. You found him. So, he's a priest, but he isn't an ordinary one. His name is Sepron, High Conundrum of the Crimson Vow. He'll be one of the few Atlanteans to survive the fall, but he isn't behaving strangely or wielding the legendary gauntlet. We need to find when and how all this madness began. Let's get started. So we're looking for a square head. Let's use this tool again. So he's here. Yeah, he's there. There. Wait, what happened? It seems the Eternity Gauntlet appeared out of nowhere, as if an invisible force moved it from its sanctum to, well, float over this bridge here. Oh, I see. This is the moment when Sepron broke all his vows and decided to go against the city. This was all it took. A mere second. A legendary artifact appeared in front of him, and Sepron unleashed his darkest impulses. From what we know, he could have lived a normal life without ever letting his worst side prevail if it wasn't for this moment. I just think I just waterboarded myself with my own... Ugh. I bet this was another engineered coincidence, the work of our true enemies. Somehow they now possess the power to alter reality itself, but first we must concentrate on Saffron. If we don't stop him, he will destroy the 2 timeline by sealing the sacred stones that were supposed to bring about the Great Fall. I know, we shouldn't mess with time, but if we don't do it, the timeline will collapse. I just need your permission, Detective. I can't do anything on my own. Thank you. You won't regret this. Now here's the plan. We can't make the gauntlet disappear, so we must stop the priest. We need the Guardians to intervene, and the Guardians didn't need a proper reason to detain the priest. Since we started with wrath, I believe greed will be appropriate for this situation. Following the 7 deadly sins? I hope there's not one after lust. Ah, fuck, I missed that. I think this was a door. No, that was... Door. That was me, yeah. Do, me, do. Me. Re. C. Fuck. You're Re, aren't you? Yeah, damn it. Okay. Do. Do. Me. Do. Me. Re. To complete our plan, we need to sneak into the Guardian system and alert them again. Alert them that some greed's going down. Nice. It's done. Now the Guardians will detain our priest before he can use the Eternity Gauntlet. Neat. Good job, Detective. We saved the true timeline, and thanks for trusting me. Still, something is amiss. The reality of a tick was rewritten. Someone was able to alter the position and existence of different objects, including something as powerful and arcane as the Eternity Gauntlet. As you just saw, even in our interface, everything in this force is altered. It's distorted and flickering. Something like that is bound to have left some energy traces throughout this period of time. If we go back to the mainframe, I should be able to analyze them from a temporal point of view. Detective, let me perform a quick quantum scan on the whole Atlantean Age. Scan completed. That was quick. 1 second. That's much better. As we suspected, someone was able to use a vast amount of energy in order to rewrite some of the aspects of the Atlantean Age reality. Someone other than us, of course. The energy signature I detected is comparable to the ones in entities we already faced, and I reconstructed its pattern. Chimera. It seems we're now facing 4 different rogue AIs. Rage, capable of controlling human emotions. Oblivion, shapeshifter, nearly impossible to detect. Chimera, a malicious trickster able to rewrite reality. And the yet unnamed foe who can deconstruct the temporal matrix itself. The AI's mainframe is probably located somewhere in our age or in the future. To defeat them, we have to find a way to access their mainframes. So we go to the future. Steam Age. Alert, alert, new Nexus event detected. Detective, it's clear that our enemies won't give us time to devise a strategy. I detected the presence of yet another Nexus event. We need to focus our attention to the Steam Age. The Copper Machine. It's more of a peach colour. Welcome to the Steam Age, Detective. This was a prosperous but problematic era in which the first modern technology wonders were made, allowing rich people to become ever richer and making poor people poorer. What is it, fucking 2023? We can see what happened during the Steam Age triggered events that have led directly to us now. They're not events not yet concluded. A preliminary scan shows an explosion in the northern industrial district. I've also detected energy signatures compatible with Rage. With Rage at large, crimes are bound to occur. So, I'm expecting two things out of this one. I'm expecting this to be like the British Revolution. I'm expecting like a Shakespeare. Not Shakespeare, I'm expecting a fucking Sherlock. Shakespeare, Sherlock, same thing. Nice hat. Looks familiar. The first time I've seen pigs. Hang the fuck on. Hang on. There's pig people and then there's pigs. That's a full fucking cooked pig. Practically almost all of them are pig. Okay, this one's just sayonara'd. Oh, there's also an elephant. Fuck it, is that Amazon? Got the same smile. British bobbies, I presume. So that's the problem that we're about to investigate. Ooh, I like him. I like his mustache. And his little beard bit. Iron Giant? Maybe? Steam. This is still concerning to me, like, you've got pigs there and you've got pig people. Jesus Christ. That's interesting. Okay. Let's get on with it. Explosion. The explosion has completely annihilated a production implant and destroyed all automaton workers assigned to it. Apparently no human has been harmed. We should run a biochemical analysis on the debris to determine whether if this devastation was accidental. If it was intentional, we might find traces of explosives or volatile chemicals. I mean, I'm a person of the people for the people, so if it wasn't accidental, I'm willing to turn a blind eye. Black powder, gunpowder. So this wasn't an accident. The steam age was a troubled period of time. While makers and aristocrats fought each other over technology, workers' riots increased. The explosion was caused by someone, but how and why? This factory belonged to the Adler family, the most powerful and influential family at the time. They had lots of enemies among makers as well as workers. Whoever planted the bomb had access to machinery. Factory workers are prime suspects. We should examine the bags and check for any explosive devices. Unfortunately, I can't look through solid objects. There might be a way though. While reconstructing the energy signature of the AI entity called Chimera, I was able to get a basic understanding of how her reality manipulation powers function. I believe we can somewhat reproduce her powers, if only on a relatively low scale. With your permission, I'll begin the procedure now. Done. Let me introduce you to my new subroutine, the Reality Manipulator. It will let us alter past timelines for a fraction of a second by de-aligning the quantum structure of any atomic compound and thus separating it from the timeline itself. And in layman's? We can use it to look inside boxes and other objects. Nice. I mean, if you're gonna cheat... Oh. Huh. Unfortunately, this worker isn't carrying an item we can link to the bomb. Try to check other bags. Okay. No explosive. Well, that's really fascinating. No one is carrying an explosive device or any kind of soap. Why is soap important to you? Ah, shit. So while the oh, awful smell. I'm afraid we just hit a dead end. Let's go back to the blast site. We can try using my new upgrade to mess with the broken machinery. We can uncover new details, or well, potentially erase all timelines in the whole universe. That was a joke, sort of. Don't think about it too much. Just use reality mail. That's okay, bro. You want to just scare us all? Bomb. Aha! You found a piece of an explosive device. 10 points to Gryffindor, as they said in the Information Age. It seems we're dealing with a makeshift bomb. Someone single-handedly crafted it. Such devices tend to have unique features. With proper analysis, we could figure out who he or she is. Open! Charisma Larkin, serial 560476165. And the bomb is an identification number. It's a type of code that Charisma Larkin, the city's fence, impresses on every object she sells to not get scammed with her own trash. Finally, we have a proper lead. If Charisma branded her bomb, it means she sold it to someone. We should check her workshop in the city's southern area and see who the buyer is. That makes sense. So... that's not Charisma, okay. Nope. Reminds me of Bloodborne. Might be a Bloodborne reference. Forgot about Bloodborne on PC. What the fuck? So yeah, she's here. Nah, didn't think so. Like I said, I would have thought that was her. Oh, that's it. Serial confirmed. They're Here's. This is Emmett Carton, an ex-worker in Lady Adler's factory. He and others were fired in order to be replaced with automatons. Indeed, they were motivated to hold a grudge against the Adlers. We should follow him till we understand how he's involved with the attack. Whatever he's holding is certainly part of the bomb that exploded at the factory. So that was Charisma. So looking for a rabbit. I don't know. Rabbit, sideburns. Yeah. Wait, so... you kind of gotten far then, right? Oh, he was making the bomb, right. The doy. Emmett was with other ex-workers. According to my intel, that building was the hideout for an insurgent group called New Dawn. The main targets were highborns who used automatons as a workforce. Weird, the police I sent there aren't stopping them. In fact, they're doing quite the opposite. That's a bit odd, considering the historical age of steam age, unless... I see, the bomb is a non-lethal device. From what I can tell, its purpose is to splash paint around. I believe it's something like a symbolic act, though I'm not sure about this. Symbols are very human things. Anyway, there's something wrong because we know this is the same bomb that exploded in the Atlas factory. Someone must have tampered with the device, so we need to know who did it. That's how Emmett planned to get the bomb into the factory. I see. But so far we know the bomb is still just loaded with paint. When was it changed? Extratemporal energy signature detected. He's Rage, he must be nearby. Find him. I'm sure he's involved in the attack on the factory. There it is. The delivery man who works in the warehouse. According to my data, Willie's wife was a worker in the other factory and was also replaced by automatons. Willie must have taken that pretty badly, and with Rage's influence he became angry enough to transform the paint bomb into an actual bomb. We must find him and signal his location to the police before he ships the modified bomb to the factory. There you are, you angry little man. Maybe he deserved his vengeance, but we can't judge, nor can we interfere. We can only see and learn from past injustices. Does it still hurt? Well, remember this. In the Steam Age, a revolution will indeed begin. It's a hidden battle that will rage even today. You'll notice it sooner or later. Impressive work. You've just saved many automatons and potentially the whole timeline. Still, it's unsettling to think that our enemies now have access to the Steam Age. A very culture began from forming during that age, and a new force started to fight the oldest battle. We must stop Rage before it's too late. Good news, Detective. While you were busy solving this case, I gathered new intel on our friend Rage. Though it may shift somewhat, its energy signatures is always consistent. We may have enough data to trace it as soon as it enters the timeline again. What's the point, you ask? Well, if we can trace a signal to a specific point in time, we'll be able to attack his mainframe and defeat Rage once and for all. The Nexus event in the Steam Age is still unstable. We should go back there and see if we can find Rage while we try to stabilise some of the paradoxes. Well, that's all fine and dandy. However, I think for tonight, that'll do for the stream and for the playthrough. Overall, though, I've quite enjoyed this. It's a nice, cute little point-and-click adventure game, solving the mysteries. I hope that you guys have enjoyed it as well. If you want to get it yourself, feel free to click the link listed in the by Detective Bot or in the panels below. Thank you everyone for tuning in. I very appreciate it. And let's see, can we raid someone? Don't think there's anyone we can raid right now, so I'm gonna have to end it off here, which is a shame. But thank you everyone for tuning in. I hope you all have a good rest of your night, and I'll see you guys again next time. I think we'll be streaming on Sunday. Let me see what I'll be playing. Yeah, we'll be playing Sunday Back for Blood. So until then, thank you all. I appreciate the ability to show this off through Lurkit. I hope you all have a good rest of your night, and I'll see you again next time. Until then, take care of yourselves. And I really need to use this model more often, just because it looks more professional this way.